Hello. Nope, I'll turn this down a little bit. More thing. Turn this down a bit on here. All right. It's Wednesday. Time for a Wednesday stream. The midweek break point. We're doing some Iron Nest today, rather than some Grim Dawn. Give ourselves just a something in there, you know, something in the middle. So it's just not all Grim Dawn for the entirety of the week. So I do have a question. What else is here? And there's some other games that have come out that I had my eye on. One of which is Pax Autocratia, which is it's saying it's a colony sim action roguelike, but it also seems like it's a strategy like RTS. And the other one is something like Papers, Please. It's Security 51. So those are two ones that I'm interested in. I'm wondering if maybe people would be interested in watching that. Security 51 just looks kind of cool, actually, for that. But yeah, I'd just like to know what people think on that. If maybe they can let me know. If you do want to let me know, you could hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Go to my YouTube channel. Maybe leave some commentary on this video if it's after if you're watching this after the fact, and let me know what you think. Give me an idea. Do you think when you want to try maybe watch some of those? I'm also slightly distracted with an incremental game in the background because I'm trying to get something done in it. Like that. But I have discovered something else this day. That thing is, I have chocolate that was up on the top shelf in a cabinet. You know, one of those Lind's, Lindor chocolates. I'm going, how long have these been here? A year? Slightly melted. Like, maybe I should eat these. Leave them there for long enough, they're going to sort of melt their way out of their plastic wrap, and I won't have chocolate anymore. Well, I will have chocolate, but it won't really be, you know, it won't be chocolate in great shape, if that makes sense. Know myself. And he fades away. Brain's going, there's got to be a follow up to that. No, wait, it's that part of the chorus. There is no follow up. Until later, right there. Yep. That gonna pick over so I can do that. Right. Oh, I should put a point to that. Then do this. Heard that. No, it's so distracting. This. All right. Let me save it. Let's get that rolling over. Oh, and as a PSA, if you have not seen, what the heck is this? Legacy edition of that. One in the north. I could have sworn that I had that game for like PlayStation 2. But anyways, sorry. So PSA: if you stream on Twitch, you need to be aware that they just added this in, and you have to opt out. It is okay. You need to opt out of whether or not they're going to use your stream material to train generative AI. And to do that, to opt out, if you go to your account settings and then go down to your security and privacy, and if you scroll down all the way down, you'll see a thing for training for generative AI and opt out. And that's a fast PSA of how to disable that on Twitch. So, there you go. Turn it off. You don't want to be involved in that. I don't know what you would be, but just letting you know. All right. Let us see about getting the iron nest going. Get this rolling. Okay. Flip over iron nest. There is definitely going to be some audio adjustments on this thing. Because this game is loud. What is this? Chill, uncontested front. Any supply has been caught mid its resupply and exposed position. No counterbat threat has been identified in the sector. High command has authorized engagement at Iron Nest's discretion. That'll work. Oh, hey, Yuki. Time for some Iron Nest today. Oh, this is a... Oh, okay. Chill mode. Yes. We're going to that counter battery. Enemy forces deployed artillery across the river in response to recent operations. This was anticipated. Iron Nest has been cleared for active engagement under direct fire conditions for the first time. Here's Kitty. All right. Balance heat and pressure through brewing. Select roast. Place cup. Start and stop brewing. Question is, do I have... There we go. to replace it. Don't get blown up. I'm gonna try. There is actually a way to deal with it with the counter battery. It involves essentially pre-lining up all your shots as best as you can, and then just for going straight for all the artillery and just taking them out. Because you have until the first shot lands before your timer starts. Yeah. Oh, come back here. There we go. Go! No. Where's my coffee? Where's my coffee? I hit F and I picked it up. Did I lose my coffee? No. I made my coffee and didn't get to drink it. I wasn't aware that was possible. I don't get to have my morning coffee. Well, this day's about to get worse, isn't it? Set this up just a little bit. So bad it yeeted itself from existence. Oh, man. Just when I was getting some practice with it. Okay. Let's see. Something to put on the heroic occasion. Something to cover up the war crimes that are sure to happen. Operations enter active phase. Restore master power switch to on. I wasn't aware that was off. Enemy forces have deployed artillery across the river in response to Reed's activity. This was anticipated. Prioritize elimination of all identified artillery assets, just what remains in detail. Be prepared. Counter battery timer will commence once first shell lands. Artillery 2. Artillery 3. What is this? Dear Iron Nest, while advancing, I fell into one of your footprints outside Ciudad Real and twisted my ankle. While I was trying to climb back out, a shell landed where my squad was standing. I am now the only one left. Still hear them? I don't know if I'll ever stop hearing. Everyone keeps telling me I was lucky. Grandmother would have said it wasn't luck. She would have said God put that hole there to save me. But God didn't put that hole there. You did. Tomas. Should close that before I fall in. Alright, I've got 3 shells that I'm gonna need. Let's see. How many? I wish this thing told me how many powder charges I have. 17. Oh, I've got plenty of powder charges. 500 requisition. All right. 21 high explosive, or do I want AP? I do high explosive. Oh, incendiary. All right. Where am I? I am at I-6. Six on 5-3. All right. Spot 1 in M9. M957. Spot 2 is in J7. J794. Yep. And then Spot 3 is in L. L1. L1. 116. All right. Spotter 1. Bearing 112. Then from spotter 2, 90. All right. Artillery 2, which is 90 degrees? Really? From spotter 3. And then 139. All right. And then spotter 3. Level A 10.95 kilometers. Wow. And then 7.5. Almost 7.43. Okay, let's see. So, I have a number 1 right. What about there? Number 2. Number 3. There. Okay. So now 1, 2. What's gonna be the furthest distance shot? Because that is the one. Next one is here. Okay. I think I'm gonna hit these 2 first, then run it and do that one. Because they're all about the same distance, so. Okay. Well, I've got my targets. Let's see. Drill. Thank you. Going to target. Come on. Nine. Oh, hell if I know what the heck I'm shooting. No, that one. Fine. Distance. That's where it was hiding. "12 kilometers. Okay. Oh, I had excellent. Hey, I found my coffee. Turned out perfect. I also cleared my clipboard. A little annoying. All right. Then next one is at. Let's see. It's 80 something. Uh, 83.5 at a distance of 9.79. Two. So left side, right side. Then this one is at 11.45. At a well, not that much. What the? There we go. 80.1, 11.45. There. I need to double check. Do I have my shots lined? I do. So. I'm going to turn that down a bit because I just saw how loud that was getting just when I hit that. Okay. Got 3. 1, 2, 3. About 1, 2. All right. Wrong way. Hold on a second. Let me check something here. That's the 112. Nope, about to get stuff messed up. That's my second launch going off. 83, 80. Woo! Close one. That one still required it, but there we go. Just had to give myself a quick rearrangement there. There. Oh, don't want to miss that. Let's see, 4580. That one is 58. This one is 58. 74. Da, 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 da. All right. 45.80. Okay. Add that. 58.74. Okay. Lock that one in. We're at 80.1. And two shots out. Jeez, I should not be able to start that with my hand. Stop that with my hand strength. Come on, load. Come on, load faster. About that. Come on. Oh, shit. I missed. How did I miss? Two rounds. Was that 9.49? Oh, I'm missing a shell. You know what? You're it. Wait, what? Why did I miss? The hell? Okay. That was... Alright, I must have screwed that up. Clearly I have. I don't know why that one came up so short. Let's see, 80.1. 56.9. Cool. 56.94 elevation at 80.1. Just screw it. Go. I don't know why my L.02 screwed up. I must have not loaded the right number of cartridges in. Three. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Counter battery hit. Okay. I'm getting a little tired of this. I don't know how. Huh. Apparently, my shots got mixed up. In the demo, I did pretty good on this. I don't know why it's screwed up. It's coffee. It's definitely the coffee thing. Also, I actually have to put my master power on. Off an I, 5, 3, I, 6, 5. S10, huh? Yep, they randomized it. S10, 5, 6, L6, L691. And then spotter 3. Spotter 3 is way too close to the other one. What's that? L163. One 168. Spotter 2. I don't know where that went, so it's so wrong. spotter 197. And 41 from the spotter 3. Oh, Yuki, question for you. Question I have is, I was looking at Pax Autocratia and, what was it? What's the game? I think it was like Secret 51 or something. Yeah, Security 51. Curious what you may have thought of them, if you took a look at them or not. Seven 756 per kilometers from. Okay. That means it's either... I wish I could just circle something. Let's see. One of you is here. You know, I could just throw 4 shells out. Tag all of them. I'll start with that. Go in order of the shots. All right, see if I can do this right this time. Oh. Okay. Bearing to target. 68.6. The distance of 5.97. Bang it to 2. Yep, 5 kilometers. Changes it over. One. Left side. And what's that? 76.8. 9.58. 8 kilometers. 7.6. There. And the next one is 10.68. Bearing 81. 3. 3, 10, 6, 8. And okay, 93.6. Distance of 9.27. 9.27 kilometers at 93.6 running. Right there. All right. Let's start with the first one on the left. Next one on the right. Get the first one lined up. The 8.6. And doink. Okay. 35. Secondary one is at 57 somehow. $35.82. $35.82. Locking you. That's 5. 7.48. Okay. 35.82. At 68.6. Yup. Guns armed. Six. 57.48. 76.8. This one requires 1, 2, 3. Three. This is at there. This one requires 2. So apparently you do get once a halfway good amount of time to 42.72 to deal with the counter battery. $42.72 on an 8.13. 93.6. At 55.62. 55.62 at a 93.6. Ah, target eliminated. Artillery 1 destroyed. Artillery 2 destroyed. Counter battery extended. Counter battery 3 destroyed. Ah, excellent. What they're saying. Which was this? Reset. One, two, three. Where's the last? All right. Let's drop one. What was it? A 3 area? That's what it was. Drop a star shell out there. On the left magazine with a star shell. Well, guess that, and I've got. Okay. I know what I'm looking for. All right, 9.72. Very. 113.7. Well, it's star. Smoke star. Close. Okay, well that's doing its thing. I've got some other shots to line up. It's really interesting because if that was, oh, it was just outside the drop. That's why. Close. 58.32. 58.32 at 113.7. You're barely here. Nothing, huh? Fine. How about M4 going 90 degrees? 319. M419. Actually, let's run L. L4 bearing. Degrees. Where? I want to explain to me just where in the heck. They're across the river. You know what? I'm gonna do it this way then. Start at and 10 to 180. Nine, fine. There you are. $95, $88, $75. Let's start aiming it out in this direction. Let's do that one. Let's see. 7.88. I also realized I just didn't do a couple of items. Let's see. Post this. This, grab that. This, do this. Grab that. There. Let's see. So at 788, 131, 131, 5788. Oh, I'm gonna make this. So right shell. I think. Yep. All right. 94, 5.4, at a distance of 9.98. This show? To get a show is driving you bonkers, huh? Is it cliffhangers? This was that. Alright. Side. The next one is at 88.5. Any more world info and it refuses to give? At 688.5. Next. 843. 75.5. Got 5. One here. Right gun first. Five. Now, get that way. Let's see. 59.88. $47.28. 131.5. 47.28. Lock the gun. Going down to 95.4. Last FM. All right. 59.88 at 95.4. I don't have any further counter battery. I can't hear anything. Shot out. Huh? Location of hostile. Oh shit, I'm being ranged. All right. All right. Here. Here. All right. I already kind of know what I'm doing here. Distance 90.36. At 96.1. Next one. 9.36. No, 9.88. At 100.4. Counter battery FM. Well. Didn't even get a chance to... Oh, that one's actually loaded. Untake that off. Move you on top. 59. I am actually going over to 100.4. .28. 59.28, 100.4. Go. Six dot 16 56.16 at a 96.1. Shot landed. Secondary counter battery is taken out. Let's see. It's counter battery. Additional counter batteries commence ranging for report no actual effects on counter. Assets deployed recently. Prior reconnaissance is not reliable. Jeez. So I think my prior two shots should still be good. 88.5. Close. $57.36. All right. 57.36 at 88.5. $56.58 at 75.5. Shot out. Splashing 35. Is it done? All hostile assets destroyed. Well executed. Sector is clear. Iron Nest is to stand down. I should put my coffee cup down. What the? Did one of my things get knocked down? One of my things got very knocked down. Castile's mechanized wonder. Madrid, January 29th, 1928. Foreign observers stunned by Iron Nest's might. A new era of warfare, the general declares as the world scrambles to respond to the unveiling. General vows Iron Nest project is exclusively a preemptive self-defense measure. World press reacts. Extraordinary. Alarming. What exactly is that? International correspondents have described the Iron Nest debut as terrifying, deeply unsettling, and not something we were prepared to see on a Tuesday. The French delegation has requested a clarification. The British delegation has requested a brochure. His Majesty, the King, is said to have suggested that the other delegations need not request a brochure, as the demonstration was, in his words, fairly self-explanatory. The Iron Nest, a shield, not a sword, the general insists. Described by international observers as the most formidable land-based weapons platform ever deployed in human history, the Iron Nest fired its gun in anger for the first time yesterday, forced into action by anti-monarchist aggression. I did not build it to use it, the general stated. I built it in the hopes that I would never have to. He then confirmed that the Iron Nest remains exclusively a preemptive self-defense measure and did not take further questions. Propaganda. Propaganda. Royal train arrives backwards. Yesterday's much-anticipated arrival of the King's inspection train caused surprise when the entire convoy rolled into Valencia station in reverse. The Ministry of Transport insists this is a demonstration of retrograde propulsion excellence and denies that the locomotive overshot the junction by several kilometers. Crowds cheered nonetheless, facing whichever direction seemed most loyal. This is fine. Official assessment of the current situation remains unchanged. For sale, one slightly used crater, ideal for pond, cellar, or conversation piece. For sale, home. Some reassembly required. Insurance, home. Revised terms. Covers fire, flood, and sudden relocation. Does not cover unspecified impacts. Lost, small apartment. Last seen intact before Tuesday evening. Reward offered for usable bricks. Children are our future. Volunteer them. Hmm. 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 All right, chocolate. Valet de Mula sits astride the supply quarter High Command intends to sever ahead of the coming advance. The garrison there is expecting reinforcements by rail. Iron Road. Oh. All right. Allied forces are advancing on Valle de Mula. The town controls the primary supply quarter through La Mancha. Its capture is required to sustain the offensive. An enemy troop train is inbound along the corridor, reinforcing the garrison ahead of the advance. The train will reach Valle de Mula main station at approximately T10:16. Approximately time 10:16:50. Intercept before arrival. Check secondary typewriter from train movement schedule. Iron Nest is at B2, B3. B253. Let's get that marked now. B253. Times it. It is 10:02. Rival station. Run straight, bearing 90 degrees from main. Waypoint A at 6:10, 10:30. What if I just pop the rail? J604. Yeah, it just runs along the whole line. Okay. So 6 kilometer from station. I'm gonna pull these out so I can just take it out. Oh, I am having to quick, huh? 90 degrees. At 4. Then 2. Okay, so each one of these is a kilometer by kilometer. It's a square kilometer. Okay. That helps with measurements here. Well. Oh, no, I was going to have to do this. I was going to load up before I did this. I do not need super high capacity explosives for this. Okay. $73. I don't know if I'm making that shot. I'm going to be really fucking quick. And it is it. Oh, I know which one you are. 14.10. One. That one's not necessarily happening. Maybe. Depends how long it takes for that shot to arrive. Maybe? Holy shit, did I get it? Holy shit, I landed the shot. Holy moly. Well then. Okay. I guess I now need to clear my measurements out here, cause I don't think that train's going anywhere now. One, two, yeah, 4 of them. All right, I guess I need. No. Let's see. And then okay, let's see. Bearing 73.5. 1441. $14.41.73. All right, that's the first one. And then the next one is 29 at 75.6. The next one is 15.10. And 73.3. Oh. And the last one is 13.93. The way around. 72.1. 13.93. I should flip these. $75. 5.6. 33. Yeah, I popped the locomotive, so it's not going anywhere. Okay, let's see. 57.64 and 5.6, and this one's 57.16. 57.16. All right, 57.16, 75. And 57.64 at 73.5. 3. Any armor destroyed. Priority target, troop car B destroyed. Caboose destroyed. Now, let's see. Load. Load. Alright. One on the right is a 1, 2, 3, 4. One on the left is a 1, 2, 3. Yep. Pull you down to 45. You're at 55, so you can be right there. Okay. 45.30. The left side is a 55.72. Alright. Let's double check. We're at 73.3, a 45.30. .1 and a 55.72, 72.1. Lock gun, open fire. Now we just wait for the splash. Freaking lucky shot. Really hustled for that one. Infantry destroyed. Well done, operator. Allied infantry hold position, awaiting your signal to commence the assault. 2 armored emplacements block their assault trajectory. Allied infantry cannot advance until they're destroyed. The armored emplacements require AP shells to destroy. Signal the assault. Use your war horn located hanging to the left of the trigger console to the back right of the map table to signal the successful destruction of both armored emplacements. Caution, signaling before you've completed your task will result in mass casualties. Whew. AP shell. Spotter 1's on I-6. Holy shit. Dude. Spotter 1 is right up against the damn wall. That is some camouflage. H6 75. All right. Bearing 151. Spotter 1. Nope, that's spotter 2. Spotter 1 is 15. And then spotter 2 is 139. Followed by distance 0.74. Oh shit. Well, this is gonna be a close shot, huh? Then this is 167. Which means he could potentially be right there. You know what? I'm popping a star round. Now, how do I unload a shell? I guess I don't, do I? They don't have a way to extract shells? I mean, I know it's a pain in the ass, but still. Alright, fine. Let's do it this way. That'll just tell me. Dump it right there. I want to see how this rolls. APHE. I would love to have APHE. 67.6. At a distance of 7.95 kilometers. $7.95. This is a twofer. I think I need some powder charges. 47.70. 47.70 at 67.6. So all I can do is just wait for the shell to land. So that'll tell me a lot. Left it on mute because I was eating chocolate. Close. Okay, well, D 6.16. 56.16 and 58.5. Let us put some light on the situation. What is fire director, which is paused as counter battery, supply cache, mechanized. Okay. Probably a hospital. I'm gonna ignore that. What is that? I don't know what this is. What is that? Is that a high priority targets? Nope, I can see right where it is. I do not give a shit. It'll be just fine. Doesn't tell me everything what the map icon are. High priority, additional requisition targets. Underground AP required. All right, well. Let's get ourselves a little bit more requisition. Pop that. And drop a shell on you. So 2 AP rounds. I already have an AP round loaded. Let's just get ourselves one more. Okay. Bearing 61.4. Distance of 8.53. 8.53, 6.14. And then a 6.2.9. 9.50. Okay. That's 6.1.4. Fine. Too many of the valves get loosened. You lose gun pressure. 61.4 line euro dot 3. Should pay attention to that. Ooh, very close. That 8. This one's 5, 7. All right. Left gun is ready. Right gun elevation is correct. Right, correct bearing. .69. Target 2 is down. Enemy main station destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Wow. I think that was worth the shot. You know, I think we're good. Let's see. And we're done. Rebel relief derailed. Madrid, March 14th, 1927. Railway X 27. I mean 28. Because up top is March 15th, 1928. Railway experts report that supplies for stimulus likely to reach the anti-monarchists after the railway itself has ceased to exist. His Majesty the King congratulated the general and their army on their continued transportation reforms, describing them as an investment in a brighter future for all loyal Castilians, present and future. Foreign crates found on traders' train. Quartermasters inventorying the derailed trains discovered several crates stamped Fabrique en France. Fabrique en France. A discovery officials described as unsurprising since republics, lacking a crown to answer to, will arm anyone at all. As one officer explained, a king answers to God and history, a republic answers to whichever committee shouted loudest that morning. Ministry announces shortage of shortages. Officials proudly declare that the nation is completely run out of shortages, citing remarkable production figures across every sector. Citizens are advised to celebrate responsibly, as surplus enthusiasm has already caused several minor warehouse ruptures. Roof gone, work in the sun. Natural light improves morale and visibility. Adaptation is patriotism. For sale, second-hand roof tile. Scattered but recoverable. Bring your own ladder. Help wanted. Ironworkers, immediate. Free previous staff liquidated. Apply at once. Tools still warm. All is well in Castile. This is an approved statement. And the inventor claims to have trapped lightning in a jar. Senor Delgado of Zaragoza claims success in capturing infinite electricity within a reinforced glass vessel. The Ministry of Fraud Prevention is shocked by the claim. All clear. Intercept the Iron Road. Measure advised are conduct fire operations with minimal allied casualties. Sustained consecutive kills across successive fire missions. Achieved a high kills per shot ratio across a minimum of 10 enemy kills. Destroyed a significant number of targets without requisitioning any aerial reconnaissance. punch card unlocked. Position report, local logistics, convoy report, Iron Nest positional intel, emergency move, immediately reposition to an unknown location. Pause, CBT. Oh, counter battery. Smoke shell, non-lethal alien units advance towards the impact. Accuracy, 100%. Shots fired, 8. Total kills, 12. Let's see. Siege Cartagena. Cartagena's garrison remains encircled by its breakout, stalled by concealed coastal batteries. Commanding the operation passes to Vice Admiral Mendoza. All right. First off, time for some coffee. Wait, do I even have time for coffee? Shit. I mean, I have time for coffee. This is a timed operation. The last one was. Ooh, what's this? We've been marching for days now. Everyone has blisters, except me. My mother knitted me these socks for my 12th birthday. I miss her. I don't think others like me very much because I'm the only one who isn't limping. The horizon keeps changing out there, but I can always see you in the distance. You're always there. Come on. I have a fan. Trying to see what this one is. All right. Oh, apparently I'm enforced on the authority of the ranking naval officer on station. Glory to Castile. Vice Admiral Mendoza to Iron Nest. Good to see you again. Cartagena has held, but barely. Anti-monarchist forces have the city encircled. The garrison cannot break out without us clearing the way first. Your primary targets are 3 high-value installations which are concealed from aerial photography. Field intelligence will provide their positions. Be prepared. 2 Vickers 580 coastal batteries hold the cliffs overlooking the harbor. They are currently offline. When they come online is not known. Counter battery timer will begin the moment they do. Shit. Alright, spotter bearings carry a margin of error of up to half a degree. This mission relies on chained measurements. Errors compound with each link in the chain. Iron Nest is at C971. Spotter 1, 2, and 3. 3 high-value installations identifying the enemy backline, all concealed. Alright, enemy signal station. I've got a pair of coastal batteries. Overlooking the harbor. Alright, if I start at Q9, have them pull a bearing of, call it 222. That should pull that segment. I have to get that now before they get that online. Give me a scout plane. And I think that was... What was the box? Because they didn't tell me. Q9. Q9, bearing a 220. Gotta be kidding me. Well, I found one target. They're saying overlooking the harbor. Where's the hell is the... How wide are these? 2 square kilometers. Let's see. Best way to do this? Alright. A K6. K616. Water. M2. M6. M627. A9. A962. And I'm at C9. C97. One. Okay. Measure out, is it 2? So from here to, actually, how long is this? This will actually tell me. It's about 2.5. That one. Okay, it's 2.5 kilometers is what it is. So I could run that, and if I don't care about how much. I said they're overlooking the harbor, so I gotta catch the harbor. If I run dead center. So, starting from T9 at 220. All right, well, I know where it's not. And I guess the next one to run is going to be... No, I got to run this way. G1. A bearing of 41 degrees. That should work. G1. You know what? That's fine. The hell? It's supposed to be overlooking the harbor. Where's the other one? You know what? G9 on a 90 degree? I9 on a 90 degree. I think I9 on a 90 degree. Yes, I'm spinning a requisition. It's my requisition to spin. I'll live. I9. Oh, 90 degrees. You have got to be shitting me. Where the hell is that damn thing? Fine, you know what? All right. Having one. Okay. So let's see. Spotter 3 is how many? 10.98 kilometers. Spotter 1 is right here, which is 2.07. And then spotter 2 is 2.68. All right. It's where all three are colliding, which puts you right there. Okay. Because that's the intersection of all. All right. Let's see. Now, enemy signal station bearing 288. And 121 degrees from spotter 3. Hold on. Okay, route notification. And yes, I know I'm burning time on my counter battery. I mean, you know, going up or not. All right. Okay. And then from here is 283. And 1.58 kilometers from enemy assembly area. Which means it's either here or here. Oh my god, loaded. Oh, I have nothing. Alright. Let's get stuff. I need an armor-piercing shell for the first one. Popping in the left magazine. So carry a second. Ah, Fabrive. Promptly banned for spam. What did you... Be cool to play together and share tips. You don't just randomly show up in someone's stream and say, hey, would you like to play together? I am going to put that one down just in case. All right. First of all, let's also hit the signal station. Then follow that up with the enemy assembly area. That should give me a target for these because of the shell landing should give me pictures. So, first off, run an AP for my first one. Load my left with it. So this is going to be for my 84.8. At a distance 12.99 kilometers. I'm going to put that down for a second, see what I get. 51.96. Next one is at 120.1, a distance of 9.08 kilometers. Okay, 9.8 kilometers at 120.1, running a directly looks like high explosive shell. They say it needs AP or no? .5 degrees. I run this. No, this one was a full-on kilometer distance. So if I run this, I was saying it was 288. So it could be 2885 this way. It could be 2887 that way. Then spotter 3. What is that? 121. I have at 120, huh? 121. And then it'd be the other way. Woof. That was a close one. That could make a heck of a difference. And then, what is it? Looking 283, so it could be 225. It could be 35, which are both in that range, but I'll find out once that shell lands. So let's drop it right there. 908, 120. There we go. Okay. And then next one is at 134.6. Sorry. Followed by 4.20. Let's see. Okay. Kind of funny, actually, is someone starts watching, and then they get banned for sending messages that are very clearly a spam or attempt to do something. Let's see, 134.6, 4.20. Oh, and they typically follow while they're at it too, and it's like, okay. How many shells do I got? All right. We're going to pull you down. You. I'm at 35. Let's bring me up to 84. The issue I've got is I have no idea where the hell that other Vickers battery is. $84.8. This one requires 1, 2, 3. Load. This one requires 1, 2. Okay. Requires 51. Requires 54. Ooh, close. 9, 6, 54.48. Okay, well, let's verify some things. 51.96, lock it. 84.8, yep, yep, I know I'm firing an AP round, going somewhere. Shell is out. $120.1 at 54.48. $134.6. Shit, there's the other one. It's 82. It's 12 dot, 14.11. I know what that's gonna run. Okay. Yep, you're in. Now this one is where am I at? Gone. Okay. At 134. Ah, okay. Yep, that's a 1. Roll it. This is the one that's 3. This one ready. That one actually do. Fifty 134. That's armed. It's out. Goodbye. Next. .8. This is at 56.44. Is it loaded? Is it AP? Is it 56.4482? Guns out. Goodbye. Oof. It's right there. Some of the counter batteries down. Coastal battery 2. Coastal battery 1 destroyed. Coastal battery 2 destroyed. There we go. Means counter battery threat neutralized. There we go. Enemy signal station. Enemy assembly area destroyed. 7. Sending posts. Audio reports. On. Yep. And that explains that. I caught right at the very edge of it. Basically, I meant it was right about here. Could be right about there, but I had to center lined it. All right. So now here's the question: which one? Well, you know what? Da. And if I center line this, should hit one somewhere in there. All right. HE load. HE load. If we have error runs here, all right. 128.4. And 6.16. Six dot 1.6 at 128.4 pocket. And next one is 3.64. Well, looks like that's 149.5. Okay, we got 64, 149.5. All right. This one requires 1, 2. This one requires 1. Load it. I should not be able to stop it that way, but sure. I should have torn my arm off. You are there. And you are... I'll have to work on that. That one's... 96. At 96 at 128.4. This one is a 43.68. All right, 36.96, 43.68. 36.96, running HE 124. $149. Yep. Nope, missed. What? All right, delete them. That doesn't seem right. I've taken out the enemy signal station, enemy field command. Signal and assembly. Enemy field command. Let's try this again. Aha. So, from here, this is 0.82. Are you serious? $2.24K. You know what? $2.24. $8.2. You know what? I'll use the big boom. I don't necessarily use the big boom, but it's somewhere around here. I guess it's probably right about here. You know what? I've got access to HC. So if I recall, that should take care of my problem quite neatly. .132.2. .41. Hello, beautiful. At 132.2. Oh, I shouldn't do that. You're reaching out and hitting that before it's had a chance to it causes the pressure to kind of go up. All right. 32.46 at a bearing of 132.2, running a high explosive. I was hoping it doesn't. I was wondering why it just didn't detonate. Well, I guess it's cap explosive. Well, let's find out. It's in there somewhere. There. I wonder how much that shell runs. 18, that's it. Okay. Primary targets to confirm destroyed. Anti-Markinist command and control is crippled. Now you destroy 8 additional enemy units surrounding the town. Once 8 enemy units are destroyed, sound the war horn to signal the garrison to begin the breakout. Once the breakout begins, units will call for supporting fire and supporting smoke. Prepare smoke shells to support their advance. So... away. Complete the map measurements. That's clear. Pull you down to an HE. So start eliminating targets. I guess this would be a good way to do it. If I drop one there. grab this. And drop it here. Okay. Whoop. And grab. I don't think that's gonna do much for that one. I'm running, yeah, HE. Which about lines up with those creator sizes, so. Drop that. Here. Here. Yeah, I'm just reaching out hit enemy concentration, so they're gonna group up. Who am I to say no? How many shots do I have? 1, 2. Hold on. What do I have? 130. 91. What's this? 132. Oh, must be a leftover. Okay. All right. What do I have shell-wise? Am I cleaning myself out? I have. Good. I've got room. HE. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Shells are loaded. I guess to try to figure out. Let's see what my party runs are gonna do. Okay. Start loading. So okay. Right. I'll start from the top and then separate them out, organize them when I get back to the table. Let's see. 7.3, 9.73 at a 91. 91.6 at a 9.73. Next one is 9.8, 3 kilometers. This one's at 1, 2. 111.2 at 9.83. Load it. Next one is 4.3. Yeah. 110.5. 9.43. 10.5. what's this? 8.37 at 115.9. Okay. And then what's this next one? 90. It says 8.53. Is that 90? 8.1. 8.53. So just put some of that stuff here. All right. And the other one is 9.08 kilometers and 93.6 for the direction. Nine point oh eight, 93.6. All right. How to organize. All right. First one there. What's the next one? 91.6 at. Okay. And the next one is 93. Where's my next one? 110. One after that. 1.12. 11. 11 Z's. 15.9. 111. 2. Then 110.5. And 93.6. 91.6. 90.0. 90 down. All right. Start loading. This one requires 2. This one also requires 2. So let's add. A little bit further back. $50. $8. Okay, 90.1. 51.18. 578. 51.18. This one is should be 58.38. 58.38. All right. 51.18 at 90.1. .6. .6. Damn, missed one. Must have been too far on the outside of it. This one is a 93.6. This one needs to be just a bit higher. A bit higher. I'll work. 54.48. 54.48. 56.5. 54.48. 56.58. We're at 93.6. You know what? Shouldn't be doing that. And dot 5. We're at 56.58. Lock. Go. It's 1, 2. Yep, there we go. And then now we gotta requisition a bunch of smoke. All right, let's see. Oh, 58.98. And the right side is way too high. Not 2.2. All right, we there. 54.98 and 11. There we go. Take that, lock it. Yeah. Damn it. Okay. Clear the board. Set markers, delete maps. Pop the kill tokens off, please. Clear that. I feel like I dropped like a big one. I just cratered all those guys, but I don't think people like to. It'd be hard to rebuild with the craters. All right. Oh, I should prep. Just in case. For yes, smoke shell on where? L6. L6 9 2. When did they want it before? That's really important. Da, da, da. Got 5. Distance of 9.62. That's takes time to load. $57. Ooh, almost on target. 57.2 at 107.5. Running smoke. Smoke Lade. Marine Garrison 8 pushing through Iron Nest Wheel you want. Requested before this time on this. Alright. Going to J7. 8. J7 on 8-1. Bearing is 105.5. At 7.36. Firing 2 powder charges. Loading. Oh, 5.5. Nope. Might need more smoke rounds. Let's see. .16. 44.16, aiming towards 105. Smoke out. Garrison 1 pushing through. Vice Admiral Mendoza to Iron Nest. Breakout successful, the city held. You know, papers will say tomorrow. I know what you did today. Thank you, Anton. You may stand down. Any elements still in the field are no longer objectives we ask of you. Optional. Continued fire support is authorized at your discretion should you judge it worth your ordnance. Let's take a look. No, not gonna work. Drop a shell on the spotter, see what happens. That tends to piss them off. You know, that's just not worth it. Get 15 for the cost of what do they charge for 18? Yeah, I'm with one of those. Is there anything else? Can't be pissed if you're in pieces. Yeah, but they're not the ones who get pissed off. It's they're other people who get pissed off. Like, it's just layers upon layers of photographs now, just all layered over with timestamps and everything. Oh, they all carry the same exact time. Yeah, it's not worth for the ordnance. I've dropped enough, so we're good. Kratos divided. Cartagena, November 2nd, 1920. 27? What they mean 28? Look at it, up top. It says April 28th, 1928. With Cartagena liberated, the anti-Marxists have been cut cleanly in two, leaving their eastern and southern remnants to distrust one another in the crown's absence. I haven't hit any more hospitals or other things since the first mission, okay? I think. I may have accidentally taken a police station because an enemy unit was literally on top of the day. Anyways, leaving their eastern and southern remnants to distrust one another in the crown's absence, officials note this was, in fact, the plan all along. His Majesty, the King, extends his sympathies to the anti-monarchists now forced to conduct their treason without the convenience of a shared border. For sale, mystery meat, freshly landed this morning. Meat comes pre-tenderized. Tastes like victory. Anchors away, bayonets fixed. For nearly 2 years, Cartaginia's garrison held the line without relief. When the order finally came to advance, the Navy's own sailors led the way on foot. Vice Admiral Mendoza, who commanded the defense of the siege, called it a fitting conclusion for the men, women, and children who have already given the crown everything else they had to give. Bread prices stable, except where explosive. The Ministry of Supply reassured citizens that grain reserves remain ample, following reports of bakery detonations in several towns. Officials attribute the blast to overly patriotic yeast and praise bakers for pushing fermentation to new horizons. Consumers are advised to chew confidently and keep distance from the ovens. Trust what you were told. What you see is unverified. Windows are replaceable. Loyal citizens are not. Stand near the wall. This is fine. Officials' assessment of the current situation remains unchanged. This is bizarre. This is the second time I've gotten a newspaper where it says a certain date up top, and a different date down below. Without requesting, come on, I requisitioned like three reconnaissance runs. Eliminate all units in the operational sector. Move direction, a set distance in a specific direction, drill shell. Line loaded shell, concrete filled inert, minimal effective rigid. Huh. Let's see. The Gorge. Iron Nest Logistics convoy moved through a mountain pass in Andalusia, bound for the Strait. See what time? It's 10. I think I'm gonna call this one, considering how long the last mission lasted. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Oh God, what? I don't know what they did to Haster, but he was phasing through the. All right, let's be clear. His name is Haster. Um, that's not exactly a subtle reference if you know who Haster is. Um, kind of makes you wonder what's going on, especially with the time shenanigans on the propaganda newspapers. Demon? No, Eldritch actually. Lovecraft. The King in Yellow. Not in Good Omens, no. All right, I am actually going to call it here, because if I don't, I'm gonna be doing. Chat's on top of the settings. So no, if I do another mission, it's gonna be like another half hour or more. And I already have enough issues with that with Grim Dawn. Let's see, what did I get? Pending. Who are these people? No mutual friends, no mutual servers. Why am I getting in Good Omens? Oh, uh, I suppose in Good Omens he's a demon, but Haster refers to something. Unless maybe that is the reference, but he's also referred a reference to Lovecraft as well, to Eldritch. Okay. Okay, okay. So we're done for the day. Thank you all for being here. Ooh, I had a view. What's the view? When was it? Just a little while ago. I didn't say anything. Don't you love that? I'm getting random Discord. Yes, I am getting random Discord requests. Um, I actually had one previously that was on had a mutual server, so I can kind of maybe understand. Uh, maybe understand it. However, I've gotten three now that have like no mutuals whatsoever, none. Oh yeah, I imagine it's either stolen or bot accounts. But key thing is no mutual friends, no mutual servers, which means that they're either deciding, either looking stuff up or they're just figuring out what the name is based on account names or stuff like that. But yeah, I imagine they're probably stolen accounts, especially when some of them are like uh, members that just started in 2026. But it's interesting because they just some of them are showing like one of them has an actual like set up an actual link to Twitch, so maybe they just picked me up randomly. Likely a friend of a friend or something like that. Hmm, that is a possibility then, I guess, huh? Well, I don't think any of our. Hmm. Can't be a friend of a friend when it comes to my Discord. Because unless Sari got their account hacked, like that's it. So unless they're stealing accounts on a server and then they're using another account to reach out through, that's a possibility. Go to this link, Mr. Beast giving everyone $300,000. Yeah, the fake Mr. Beast shit. Let's see. If I do this, gotten just slightly curious because they mention in their profile. Okay, that's not a real account then. Is it? Hold on. Oh, okay, maybe it is. Well, let me see. This when not gonna name names here. Just do a search. I don't know if that's a real one or not. This one, this one might be real because it's an action. It refers to a link, so I should be able to do a search and find them. Huh. One of these is actually real. Like real to the point of full stream on Twitch about page setup plus videos. So that's actually kind of interesting. One of those is actually real. How long? Let's do this. Go fast. They don't stream very often. But they, when did they start? Oh, they literally started in the past like couple of months. Their last month. Oh, they only get 30 days. Why only 30 days storage? And who is this group? Hmm. The upcoming YouTube changes? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. For anyone who may not be aware of how you would if you're hanging around in this sphere, in this neck of the woods, um, YouTube is essentially doubling the requirements for getting into the YouTube partnership program, as well as when they're going to do payouts. The YouTube partnership program greatly, affects your payouts if you get any requirements for ad revenue. Yeah, they essentially doubled it. You have to have something like, oh, I have to go. Let me go find it. Sure someone's got it. There, I'm sure someone's got something. Hold on, I remember seeing it on. Uh, where is it? I was seeing it all over the feed, and now I not. God damn it! Where is they putting it? And doubling are required to always meet the minimum or you lose it. Instead of once earned, it's yours. Let's see. I had it. It was always been in my. It was all over my freaking timeline. Now it's not. Um, Now the only thing that's all over my timeline is the Twitch, AI, generative AI opt-in, automatic opt-in, and they have to go and opt out. Oh, I can't find it. Er, there you go. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, starting from here, I guess it must have been. Here is February, starting on February 1st, creators will need 8,000 watch hours over 12 months or 20 million shorts views in 90 days and 1,000 subscribers. Oh, now I don't know about 8,000 public watch hours. What is it somebody did? Somebody did some math here. Hold on. You're saying it's like 20 hours a day for a year minimum? Well, it depends how many people are watching your channel. For the you're talking, qualified public watch hours or shorts. So let's just say you're not doing shorts. And the stuff on shorts is ridiculous. There's some people like they hit like maybe 10. What the fuck is this 20 million thing? They're lucky kind of thing. I would actually go and search through some of the ones who are I think I subscribe to who might be popular enough who might be able to hit that. However, it's also been pointed out that I saw some tweets on this that the payouts on shorts is abysmal, absolutely abysmal. So f you to anything niche, yes, absolutely. They don't care about niche. They're gonna focus on what's gone viral, and those are the ones that they'll do payouts on. But their advertisement payouts on shorts is already sucks anyways. Uh, what someone here was saying is for the math 8,000 watch hours. So you're talking long form content, not shorts. What was it? Someone had some math here. If you have, they made the joke here. If you have 660, so you're saying if people subscribe to a channel, they're probably going to watch something. So they're saying if you only have 2 out of 3 of every subscriber you have, 2 out of 3 subscribers watches, and if they just assume you have the minimum 1,000, so 2/3, so they're saying 666 people. If you have 8,000 watch hours and you divide that by 666 people, you get about 12 hours each in a year. So let's just do that math really fast. 8,000 divided by your 2 out of 3 people meeting the minimum subscribers. That's 12 hours, about 12 hours. And that's an hour per month. They don't care because it's harder to get any payout than if they don't pay out because you don't do the minimum order, they get all that monies. Uh, comment, YouTube played Pot of Greed. Cynical take when it comes to money greed, the cynical is usually right. Yeah, increasingly that is becoming much more right. It is increasingly the cynical view is becoming more and more realistic, unfortunately. Let's actually take a look. Do they have something here for um YouTube program 2027 changes? Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna pull that off to the side so I can still have Twitch chat up. Now give it a few years, and the minimum will double again. Okay. 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 YouTube Shorts. Wait, hold on. What? Am I reading something different than what people are bitching about? So I'm on YouTube's own blog. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Okay, so if you are already um beginning February 1st, 2027, this and there's more to this. It's not just this paragraph. So if somebody's coming in here clipping for this shit, hold for a moment. Um, Beginning February 1st, 2027, creators who have 10 million qualified shorts views over the last 90 days will be eligible for ads and subscription revenue sharing on shorts. Channel below this threshold remain in the YouTube partnership program and continue earning on long form content, with shorts revenue sharing automatically resuming once they cross 10 million views again. I.e., yes, it sounds like you're going to be losing out on the revenue sharing for shorts if you do not meet their requirements. I.e., yeah, they're probably keeping the money. They're not just going to hold on to it for you. Okay, for channels below the 10 million view threshold, there's these initiatives they're introducing, they call it introducing initiatives. Introduce new ways to earn based on hitting certain milestones, like bonuses for YouTube shopping. YouTube shopping, incentives for brand deals, and earnings boost for starting and growing trends. Yeah, that's oh, jeez. Bonuses for YouTube shopping. Here's my affiliate link. Go buy stuff using my link on YouTube shopping. Incentives for brand deals. Here, we got sponsorships. You want sponsorship with this company or that company? Well, shill out for us first, then we'll talk. And earning boost for starting and growing trends. Oh, did you start a trend? We'll give you an earning boost. Did you keep it going? We'll give you more. Start a trend. Make us the center point for the oh my god. Yeah, they're going for viral posts. So yes, then they're talking here is they're updating the YouTube partnership program, entry requirements for ads and premium revenue sharing for new creators. So specifically new ones. New creators applying for YouTube partnership TikTok became the new QVC, and now YouTube are trying to get in on that. Yeah. Um, my bet was, my bet is that YouTube was betting that TikTok was going to get banned completely in the United States, and then that they would be the sole provider in the United States for shorts, alongside Instagram. Like Instagram would be their only competition, kind of thing. That bet failed, obviously. If that was the case, if that's what they were looking at. And then they would have to compete with TikTok outside the United States. Anyways, new creators applying for YouTube partnership program will need 8,000 qualified watch hours in the last 365 days, or 20 million qualified shorts views in the last 90. The entry thresholds for our fan funding and shopping products remain unchanged. Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah. These kind of things are just going to kill YouTube's shorts program completely. The ones who are already in it and are able to maintain that will continue. The ones who um, are not, who are YouTube partnership program partnership and are not able to meet the 10 million view thing and haven't been, like, they're a partnership, but they're part of the partners, but they're not able to meet that requirement. They're going to go elsewhere. The only ones who are going to jump in on this are the ones who are, how to put this, the only ones nowadays, if you're new, who are going to be looking to jump in on that from what they were talking, they're going to be aiming and trying to do stuff like, they're going to be, they're trying to create influencers is what they're doing. AI slop, probably a combination of AI slop being spewed and influencers, more specifically influencers who are willing to sell YouTube shopping, sell brand deals, and start deliberately aim to start trends so they can get the YouTube bonuses. And and as a trend grows and then dies, flip to the next one. In short, YouTube corporate is now going to be promoting the creation of cultural trends, which is which is dumb and quite frankly dangerous. They're going to kill themselves with this. Just think about how many trends, quote, have started and died last year. Think about how many have started and died just this year alone. Think about meme trends. The joke about 6'7". Everyone, you can do the roll your eyes for a bit. I'll let you everybody roll your eyes over the 6'7" thing, or get a chuckle about it, or do the hand thing. But the point is to stop and think about how long of a meme trend that lasted before it became background noise. Now it's something you just kind of chuckle over, you roll your eyes. That's it. Now sometimes it just gets a happenstance mention of someone you think, yeah, and then it's gone. Think about how many trends now they want to be on the forefront of, which means they're constantly want to be on the forefront, which means there's no stability in that. And how many dumb and stupid trends have there been that went through TikTok or went through that? I mean, I work in the tax business. Think about how many stupid ass tax things hit social media. Like, just talking on that end, there have been to bring this into realistic realism here. The IRS had to put out a warning. All the stupid challenges that happened, the Tide Pod stupidity that fucking killed people. that put people in hospitals. And then it became a running joke about dumbasses. The Chase ATM glitch. I don't think I heard of that one thing. Um, but there are some trends that became good ones, you know. The ice bucket challenge. For I can't remember the name of was it a uh an immunodeficiency disorder? I can't remember what it was, but I remember the ice bucket challenge. I mean, that got people to engage in finding charities to help, you know, provide money for things like, right. That can be a kind of a good trend. ALS, there we go. Um, because that creates um talk, and then it creates action and motion around a charitable cause. But think on, and then you go to the other side. Think about all the stupid challenges that got people heavily injured, put in hospitals, and were killed. They died because they engaged in some trend that seemed cool and they were going to go and do it. You want to talk trends that happen in the, like I was going to bring up this one. Iris had to put out a warning about uh, claiming the fuel tax credit. For anybody listening, there is a particular form that deals with the fuel tax credit. It is specifically for farmers who are buying fuel for using heavy machinery on their property and are not driving on the highway. Some of the gas taxes are specifically meant for driving on roads and highway use. There's credit is only for those companies, and farmers typically are the ones who get it, who qualify for them. It's because they're buying up like a tanker of fuel and using it to fuel their tractors and other equipment to be able to go and farm, and that tractor doesn't drive on the roads or the highway. They can't. They don't hit the speeds necessary for it. So the IRS had to put a warning that people were getting advised to send in these forms and claim hundreds or thousands of dollars in refund money. And the end result was the IRS had to crank up their efforts so high that they started denying farmers who qualify. And the farmers had to go back and appeal or fight it so they could get their money so they can continue farming, because farming now has such short profit margins that if they lose a crop, they're reliant upon their insurance payout or the government, because otherwise they're fucked. So you want to start talk trends. These are things like refund and tax credit fraud have long running trends in the tax business. And these cost people money, they cost the government money. And the fraudsters who promote these schemes are the ones who walk off with the fees and essentially disappear. And the IRS has to hunt them down. The people who got the credit have to pay it back to the IRS with interest, many times with penalties, unless they can show that this person fraudulently promoted it. Then the IRS, if they know enough about that, will actually start to potentially work with people on that. But then they have to go and catch the fraudsters. And that could be difficult if they've gone and disappeared. And many times by the time they disappeared, you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars that they have walked away with in fees. Trends can have very, very real consequences when they're fraud or they injure people. So the Chase ATM glitch was you deposit your checks, it's going to bounce into your Chase ATM, then withdraw the funds immediately before the check gets attempted to be run. aka it's banking fraud. That's not a glitch. It takes time. When a bank, for anybody listening or watching this, when a bank, you deposit a check, if a bank deposits money into your account immediately, they do so as a courtesy. It is not because they instantly ran the check and ran the money. They have done so as a courtesy to you because they trust that the check is good. Then they run the check against the other account, and the bank says yay or nay if the money is there, and if the money is there, they withdraw it and send it over to your account, and the other account, the money gets debited from it, and you get it credited. That's how the check system works. But there is a time lag. You're talking 2 to 3 days, sometimes up to 5, depending. Okay. This is also many cases. Many banks do not provide the entirety of a check if it's above a certain amount. So I don't know what the deal with Chase on that was, because many times you don't get the full check. And for a long time, you didn't. You got maybe like 500 or 700, maybe $500, $750, maybe $1,000. Like there were limits to it that they provided the same day. It's promoted as a free money glitch. That's because some fucking dumbass didn't know how it works, or somebody did know how it works and they decided they were going to promote the fraud because it got them tons of views, it got them advertisements, and they got paid for promoting fraud. This is one of the dangers of chasing viral trends for a company like YouTube. If someone posts a trend like that, they post they take banking fraud and they promote it on a YouTube short that essentially says, here, get this money by doing X, Y, and Z. And that thing accumulates millions of views. They're going to get paid a lot of money for millions of views on a single video. They're going to get paid a good chunk. People who come in and see the video, that short, they're going to watch other shorts. So depending on how many different bank fraud or other fraudulent frauds get promoted by their shorts, you could be and how fast they put out these shorts, mind you, too. You could be talking, 10, 15, 20, 30 videos, shorts, and now they're making a lot of money off of this. They get it paid out, and then either they get up and try to do it as for long as they can before they get banned, or or just YouTube sort of just shuffles them under the carpet and then hope nobody sues YouTube for not removing something that's engaging in fraud. I had another recent Klarna glitch. Shake your head. These are the kind of things that start to get like that really, really cost people money, or it's like people who don't understand like how things work. You want to know what the most ridiculous thing I was hearing was, and I've had to deal with this, is you start talking cryptocurrency. In particular, what's the term? I can't remember what it's called. I don't know why the term escapes me, but I would know it if I heard it, because then my brain will remember what word it is. It's where you take cryptocurrency, the staking. That's what it is. This crap goes viral, so they're gonna be pushing for stupid shit like that. Yeah, because stupid shit like that goes viral, and it puts YouTube on the map. So if they do, I guess the thing is that YouTube is probably thinking that bad press is good press. So if people are going to go there and see that, then they may go off and see other things on YouTube. They may go do YouTube shopping. They may do brand deals, which gets YouTube big money on the sponsorships for their share of it. Advertising, all that kind of stuff. Essentially, YouTube is, we want to be a viral thing so that people come to us as much as possible. Never mind the potential legal consequences of promoting fraud. Especially since they demonstrated that they've got an AI moderation system. They're probably going to go like, okay, they're probably companies are going to come up and say, you have an AI moderation system. You're going to tune it So that if people start promoting these fraudulent things, you're going to ban them. Because if you don't, we're going to sue you because you're aiding and abetting. And what that means is the AI thing is going to start hitting everybody who potentially even like you can have people who talk about the legal issues with that, reactions to these, and they say, no, this is terrible, this is dumb. They're going to get banned. I mean, there's so many stupid things that are going to chain off of this. But coming back to what I was talking about, uh, staking. Staking in cryptocurrency is where you essentially loan somebody at a certain amount of a crypto and they use it to go and generate more cryptocurrency. Okay. And then they pay you, the person who's providing the stake, uh, a, a percentage for the use of your crypto for doing it. And they just have a payout and they don't call it anything. They think they declare that it's something new. Sort of like when they declared that cryptocurrency was something new and therefore you didn't have to be reported on your income tax return if you received any or if you um, sold some or anything like that. They were all declaring for a while like, oh, no, 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 no. It's not covered under that stuff. It's a gray area. You don't have to do this. Don't have to do that. Don't have to report this. No. Tax law covers this stuff. NFTs. Tax law covers these things very, very clearly. It's called bargaining. It kind of is. You are trading something of yours for something else. Now, staking, guess what? They reinvented the banking system, is what it did. You take your cryptocurrency, you put it into an account. They then take their cryptocurrency account and they loan it out for staking or for someone to make money with. Then they pay you on the deposit. Congratulations, you have reinvented the banking system. You put money into account, the bank uses that your money to go and make money with, and they pay you interest for keeping your money in their account. It is the exact same thing. If anybody heard the story about the person who traded from a paperclip all the way up to a house, that was bargaining. And if you are trading cryptocurrency, like you say, I make up the stuff here, you have a Bitcoin and you trade it for 100 Ethereum. I'm making shit up here. I understand that they are nowhere near anywhere in each other's value or anything like that. Making up crap. Or you trade a Bitcoin for a gold bar, for heaven's sake, you know? Um, you're engaging in a commercial transaction that's covered under tax law. Like you bought a gold bar for a Bitcoin. Bitcoin gets very expensive, so it's a very expensive gold bar for you now, but you kind of get the gist. Like this shit's covered, and the people who walk up and go, no, the IRS doesn't understand any of it. No, it's buried in there. I can tell you, there are far, far more complicated tax avoidance schemes. Note this, tax avoidance, not tax evasion. Tax evasion is illegal. Tax avoidance is perfectly fine. And tax avoidance is looking at tax law and saying, okay, if I do this, if I do A over here instead of B over here, I pay less taxes. Tax avoidance. You are essentially planning out how your income and everything is going to be by doing, and then you have to go and do certain things. It's not like you just say, oh, well, I declare it's now this over, it's now A, Instead of being over there, you actually have to plan and you have to actually do certain things to be able to get that to happen. But tax code has had any number of tax schemes over the years that Congress and the IRS have had to close up. The whole cryptocurrency thing was nothing entirely new at all. So, yeah, NFTs. God. The ridiculous thing behind NFTs was this idea, in my opinion, it was this idea that you have this digital asset and somehow only this person owns it by virtue of this certificate that declares that they are the owner of it. And it is hosted on this machine over here. And if they sell it to someone else, you're supposed to issue the certificate that says that this person owns it over there, delete it from their end, and the other person now accesses it. I say delete it from their end because why on earth would you not download it to your end? You bought it, right? So if you really wanted NFTs to really actually be an actual thing, what they should have done is made it tag it with a unique hash signature, and then you take that, declare here's the hash signature. This is the artist. They have a certificate that shows this is the original hash of this file. Then it's on a token, so to speak, that you access to display it. Then you sell it, you send the token to another person. They then take it, match up the hash with it, and say, okay, this is the unique file. Thank you. The problem you run into is in order for other people to view that this thing is actually real online, unless they're going to go in person to a little holographic display or a little smart display frame in somebody's home, they're going to view it online. To view it online, somebody has to stream the file or the display of it to you. If this is not a three-dimensional thing of which you only see one part of it, but the person who owns it could see a three-dimensional circle of it, if this is one of those 2D NFTs, i.e. artwork, like the whole ape thing as an example, the NFT apes thing, somebody has streamed the image to their screen. You then take screenshot of screen and do it in high resolution. You then cut and paste into pictures. You now have these NFTs, and now you can put them in a link and say, oh, I have them now. Like, it had to get to your computer. It's going to be in the cache file for your computer. Because your cache doesn't empty itself out. You have to tell it to. So it was some of the silliest and stupidest trends in here. And coming back to this, YouTube is going to push these trends. No matter, you're going to get we're going to start seeing some of the dumbest things like we don't already. We're going to see more and worse. And those trends are all going to be because somebody wants to make a fuck ton of money. And they're going to do it by becoming an influencer through YouTube to sell YouTube's things. And then to take the next step is they're going to want to start a trend to be ahead of other people on YouTube. And don't want to grow that trend. But trends, rapid fire trends these days are exactly that. They start, they go, they die, and their lifespan is measured in weeks, if not days. They might last months, maybe, nowadays. And sometimes they might last months because they ripple out. So they start in a core area and they move outwards from there as they touch on other people until they hit the mainstream. And the mainstream looks at it and says, "What a fucking dumbass." And then it dies. But then there's still that small core of people who still follow that trend. But that's not what YouTube's going to be chasing. YouTube wants that trend to chase. They want to that's what they're looking for. Is they're looking for that core drop that forms the ripple that reaches out, and when it hits mainstream and starts to die, YouTube's going to drop them and look for the next one. This is going to create a constant barrage of people trying to create trend. Ironically, this will kill it because there'll be so many trends going on that there's going to be so much noise from this going on. Who's going to follow any of these things? They might last for 1 or 2 days and then they're gone. And then people are going to keep chasing it, to say the least. I know, because I keep yapping on about this. They're going to kill the programs this way. And what it's going to do is going to reduce the shorts, and it's going to reduce the shorts, a lot of the new YouTube partnership to long term. It's gonna reduce it to influencer trend chasers and AI slop is what it is. Because AI slop can just pump out tons and tons and tons of videos instantly, minutes, and they can use those to emphasize YouTube shopping or their brands or a trend. And the thing with the YouTube AI, with the AI slop, is given how many they can put out, they don't have to focus on one video or one short. They could produce a dozen of them at a time. And then all it takes is a couple of hits on each one for the shopping or the brand deal or starting a trend. All it takes is the one to go off. And they could just pump this out. The only other thing I can see them trying to do with this is to actually shove people out of the program and to shove people away from trying to get into the program so that they can focus on making their own AI slop. But I think the big thing that's going to be happening, the immediate thing that's going to be happening with this come February 1st, is that a lot of people are not going to be making the shorts on the shorts end for revenue purposes, which means YouTube will not have to pay out as much, which means they will have, they're going to be keeping the money. God, that hope that stays a joke. Can't wait for the wood chipper challenge. You hope that stays a joke. Remember that part where we mentioned earlier where the cynical view was sometimes starting to become the much more realistic view of corporations and greed and everything else like for that? Yeah, I don't. We can pray to whatever divine being is listening that what you stated there is going to be a joke. But I I have to wonder if we're going to be proven wrong. I hope we aren't. I hope it's a joke. Let's see, mark this date is August 12th in 2026. Let's hope it remains a joke from here on out. So So coming back to this, let's see. YouTube partner, the YouTube partner program ads and premium thresholds. They're updating the entry requirements for the ads and premium revenue sharing for new creators. It won't impact creators already in the YouTube partnership program. The entry thresholds for fan funding shop research. Okay. Uh, yeah. And you throw in and now we throw in the now we throw in the generative having to opt out of being used to train generative AI on Twitch. And you hear talk of people wondering like it's gonna have to go elsewhere, you know? Uh, hmm. All right. On a different note, Yuki, and for anyone else watching, since I brought this up at the beginning of the video, um, there are two games I was looking at potentially uh, of doing on stream. One is PAX Autocratia, and the other one is Security 51. I would be curious as to your opinion as to whether or not you think it would be fun to do on stream. Um, no, no. One was PAX Autocratia or Autocratica. Sorry, Autocratica. It's on Steam, and then the other one is Security 51. I thought Security 51 looked interesting because it's sort of like Papers, Please. Just Area 51 style. And it's actually kind of cheap, actually. Under $10 right now. Wasn't there a zombie one? Oh, yeah, I remember that one. That one was, I can't remember the name, but it only got, I remember seeing it, but it's only being played like mainstream wise, like, I don't know, 2, 3 weeks, maybe four. Bear in mind, Twitch streaming trends for games tends to, it could be hard to follow because uh, some games have some pretty good staying power. Like main a lot of bigger streamers will pick up a game and then they'll play it and they'll have it as part of a sort of a regular routine until they finish it. Other ones will sort of blitz through the game and then move on to other stuff because they like it so much they just want to do it and they'll finish it. And there are people who don't get to the game for a while because they already have their schedule planned out. And so they add it in either as they wish or if they look at it, decide that they're going to bring it in, or maybe it's a community suggestion kind of bit. So it can be hard to say how long, what the staying power of a game on streaming is. Like it was one of the reasons, like when you look at one reason why I just stopped playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag on stream or decided to stop doing it for the time being is because um, it's just there were so many people watching, but scattered across so many channels that it was basically next to impossible to get anybody to drop in for that. Lord of Undead, Lord of Undead. Destroy the castle on the hill in this grim RPG where you play as the Dark Lord, collect souls, summon an undead army, master dark abilities, craft powerful gear, build your base, and desecrate the lands of a vast open world. Coming out November 19th this year. Is this an open RPG sandbox necromancer game? It is. You don't know about streaming, but that looks interesting. I don't know. I'm looking at this and this might be entertaining. I wanted to look at Pax Autocratia because Autocratica, sorry, because I'd actually had seen it in a convention and it looked interesting. Now bear in mind that was like a pre early access demo that our demonstration that they had brought in. This looks like it's definitely been uh, they've definitely been working hard adding stuff in, that's for sure. Roll a d6. Why would I roll a d? What am I rolling a d6 for? Now, bear in mind, if this is a roll a d6 and pick a game to run on, pick a game to play and stream. Bear in mind that two of the ones have come out now. Lord of Undead doesn't come out until November. I don't have to make that decision for a while, a couple of months, which will probably go a hell of a lot faster than I think it will. The roll a d6 to pick the game. The system and PAX game and Grim Dawn. Gonna make me break out one of my sets of dice, huh? And in case anybody's wondering, yes, I play tabletop games. I have a fuck ton of d6s. Why? Because Shadowrun and and Warhammer 40k. Roll a d27. So what? So I just do it. That's okay. So we could do it this way. We have a 1, 2, and we could do it one. Basically, does what? 3 games. So we've got. Let me check my schedule really quick. So I've got Grim Dawn on Friday and Saturday. So we can run it this way. Oh. Call it 1. Just roll the d6 and we can just roll a d6 and divide it in half. We have Pax Autocratia. Or Kratica. I don't know why I keep leaving that off. Pax Autocratica. System 51 and Grim Dawn. So 1, 2, and 3. And if I roll off, and basically just take the end result and divide it in half, so to speak. I would think. No, because a 4 landed a 2, a 5 landed a 2, 3, and then 4, 5, and 6. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Well, it rolled a 3, so that means Grim Dawn this Friday. And it rolled a 2 on the next one, so I guess we could do System 51 on Saturday. I guess Pax Autocratica will have to wait another time. Make a note in my calendar. What day is it? 12? 12. Let's see. Note. Random demo day. Well, is there even a demo for the PAX Autocratica is early access and is not demo. However, I have played like a pre-alpha, like an alpha demo of it at a convention. But anyways, let's see. Security 51 does not have a demo. However, the game is only $9. But I wouldn't have any issue with that. Let's see. Set up. Oh, not for this, but the future stream timer random demos. I actually did have one of those, and I probably should do another one of those again. But I might that might need to wait for the next demo fest of some kind that Steam has. Because I noticed they were doing more of those, especially this year. I think they did like a Next Fest like 3 times. But actually, let's check out the Steam Next Fest. Yeah, let's check out actually just what they have demo popular ones. Okay, I can see some demos that we might try out. And maybe I'll set something. The other Next Fest in October. Yeah, it's a bit far out. Mm, 19th through 26th of October. Hmm. See. Demo. I'm trying to think of what would be a good sort of day. Maybe I could actually put out a demo day. Not this Sunday, but the next, the 23rd. Yeah, I could run maybe August 23rd. I'll think about that one. I'm just making some notations to myself, scheduling for it, so I can have an idea of what to look at. Okay. All right, I probably should look at coming on for the day. So this might quite a bit actually. I'm chatting. So you gotta get here sooner earlier so I can do the open with the chatting bit. Well, apparently, like YouTube tends to be more focused. Like they don't like having like multiple things like in their streams, which is a little like, huh. I want it to be fully dedicated chatting. I mean, I know there are places that do that, but it doesn't feel. It feels really weird to me. Does that make sense? I don't have the people to do that. If that sounds right to you. That was just me putting the dice away back into the little plastic container. Okay. Coming back to this. All right. We're done for the evening. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you for the follows that I saw. And timing, schedule. Let's see. Today is, yep, just confirming that my brain is confirming that it is what it is. It is a Wednesday, so yeah, I hit the goal, but I hit the goal via a spammer, I guess. like one of those ones who like doing a spam or a scam thing. It doesn't really feel like I hit the goal. Does that make sense? He said one thing, then immediately sent the next thing and got banned. Auto. Because nobody actually walks into your stream and says, you know, uh, no, did he get? Yeah, no one actually walks into a stream and says, you know, oh, hey, you stream really cool, and then goes, it'd be cool to play together and share tips. No, that's like the ones who walk in and say, hey, you're doing fire. I think you got potential. Why don't you go and hit up this guy over there? What are you saying? You saw him removed? Yeah, I just said he. He said he. He's like, he's a hello friend. You stream pretty cool. Would be cool to play together and share tips. Nobody walks into a stream and does that, intent on actually being a part of things. That's somebody who's trying to pull you into something and or scam you. If I go to their account, there's nothing about it. There's no followers to this person. There is absolutely nothing. Now I realize that a lot of people have accounts on here that they don't do anything. Oh yeah, a big indicator for an account that's being used to spam or scam people is if you look at it, it says I can see this as on the mod end, account created on August 12th, 2026. And then promptly start spending messages like. So it's a spam slash scam thing. I've seen ones where they come in, they're like, "Hey, uh, this stream's really fire, and I think you got the potential, and you should go talk to this guy who can turn you into like this like 1,000 viewer like CCV, channel, and you just got to go and talk with him. Tell him I sent you." Um, Yuki, you should be really, really careful on how you state stuff like that because I don't know what triggered the bot for that one. Although bear in mind, the moderation bot that I'm using is used by like 50 something thousand channels or more. It's used by a lot of channels. And so it kind of accumulates like this database of like scammers and shit. So you apparently seem to be doing just fine. It didn't pick you up. I might have to reach out and unban you if it did, but do be careful about some of those things. Because if you repeat lines that are used by scammers and spammers that it auto bans, you would get picked up by. Although I imagine it also looks at like account history and how long an account's been around and shit like that. So imagine there's some logic to it. Okay, we're done. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for coming by, Yuki. And I will not be on tomorrow. It's my day of rest from streaming. And how many messages sent prior? I think they mentioned that the guy had something like 3 messages. I think I saw on the account listing he had something like 3 messages sent. Like he had like no history. He was just that account was just created today. And his first like 2 messages were that exactly. So all right. I will be on Friday, Saturday. Friday, show me some Grim Dawn, and that's at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then Saturday, will be an earlier start at noon. Yes, that will be some more Grim Dawn. However, I'm going to add in some System 51 or Security 51. Sorry, make make sure I spell that. I don't know why my brain is going off in all these different damn directions. Edit this thing. Thank you. Security. So I'll probably have a sort of first half as being Grim Dawn and the other half being Security 51, and we'll see how that rolls. And then I'll be off Sunday because I got other things going on Sunday. But I will do a new schedule later that evening. And I will look at figuring out a demo day. I'm looking potentially at August 23rd. That's a Sunday. And I'll probably have to figure out sort of pick out some demos and probably give them about an hour or so each and then roll through them and kind of see which ones look good and which ones were funny, you know, which ones were kind of like a meh kind of thing. So, all right. We're done. Have a good night. Thank you all for coming. Oh, I already spotted some that seem to be really popular to see, but we're done. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Don't let 800mm shells bite. Because they bite hard, so. Have a good night.